Hey, good morning. It's Sunday morning for me, anyways. Who knows what time it is for you? My name is Eric. I'm making a game. That game is called The Godkiller. It is a 3D top-down puzzle-solving adventure game, and I'll do a quick demo of this feature I've been obsessing over for the last 3 or 4 days. I did it 2 different ways, and I didn't like it. Did it a 3rd way. I still didn't quite like it, but then I refined it, and suddenly it worked for me. So, let's take a look. It's demo time. Streams, I always start out with a demo. If you don't like to watch me work, go to the beginning of the stream, the recorded stream, on YouTube or Twitch. There should be some kind of link underneath to get to one or the other, and just watch the start of the stream. And then you can see the latest updates on the Godkiller. All right. I think I'm talking a little quietly because my wife's sleeping downstairs, but I'll shut my door, and that will help. I have to make a public statement. The music that I played that was inside of Davey Sleaze's videos was his own. He made it. So I might have implied that, I didn't mean to, but I might have implied to somebody that the music came from some other source. And that might have been why my YouTube video was, it had like a little legal notice on it. I happened to play a bunch of videos that day. I don't think the one that Davey showed was responsible. It's not a big deal anyways. It's just a kind of an annoying thing about putting videos on YouTube. If you happen to have, like, in the background of what you're doing, a copyright holder's music, or it plays as part of something else you're watching, then problems can happen. And actually, I didn't even get, like, my video threatened to be taken down. I guess apparently maybe somebody watching that video would end up paying would generate advertising revenue for that person. Yeah, right. Which is a weird idea. Like, suppose you put out some content and it just happened to have somebody else's music in it, and then suddenly, ka-ching, they're getting money, and people are running ads on your video. They're paying them. Anyways, let's get to the demo. Davey, like me, makes his own music. He likes to make synthwave. Alright. So this is the what I settled on for what would display music lyrics in certain points of the game. It's like a weird old alien TV type thing. Like, it doesn't quite look like one of our TVs, but you can see the resemblance. I also created these things. They're like a alternate version of the same type of screen. And I'm going to fix one thing about them. The UV mapping is a little bit off. I like sort of the accidents I've gotten from not having complete control of my UV mapping, but this gap along the side is not that great. I actually kind of like the gap. I just don't like it that big. So I'll mess around with the UV mapping. But yeah, like, these sort of look like a combination of high technology we haven't invented yet and low technology that we've long since gone past. So you see scan lines there suggesting something like a cathode ray tube, some kind of beam making those lines. But it's definitely very low res, but it's inside of a mechanism that doesn't have any explanation for how it projects things. There's just a wooden frame there. So it's fun to put these all over and to just have a room that's just filled up with these things. Okay, so here's what happens when I play a song that has lyrics built into it. Actually, I like the shadows coming off of it. I'll show you another view. That's a little bit crazier. And a couple other ones. Here's where I placed the first one. I guess this is just the same as what you saw on the wall. And here's when I inset. Alright, so you get the idea. Oh, the other thing I did yesterday off stream is I fixed a bug with the blinking lights where after the song looped they would stop blinking. But the lights are blinking along with the tempo of the music. Every fourth beat they go a little bit brighter. Okay. As I've said a few times, I'm getting sick of that song. I've heard it repeating so many times while testing things out. Big old venti Americano, iced. Okay, so the UV mapping is kind of hard for this one. It's easy when I'm doing something that's got nice simple square sides that all sort of line up in easy ways. It's a little more difficult when there's curved surfaces and stuff like that. I'm not in the best tool to edit the UV mapping. Not too harsh on Pro Builder. It's just that, you know, it's not a full-fledged UV mapping solution. There's a lot there, there's a lot there. I don't like to diminish people's accomplishments, but if you compare it to a full-featured modeling program, it's not like a Blender or a 3ds Max. It was never meant to be. It was meant to be a quick prototyping tool. So they kept adding things to sort of make it approach modeling, like a full modeling program, and they get closer and closer. It is good for doing fast, simple things. It is good if the modeling you have to do for your game is not very ambitious, and you don't want to have to jump between two different tools, different control systems and everything. This is friggin' hard to select. It's because I have to get on one of the opaque parts. And I'm still talking a little bit quiet. I think it's just I just don't feel like talking that loud in the morning. I think I would be this way even if there wasn't somebody else in the house with me. Okay, so I can't really select that because there's nothing there. Let me briefly change this to opaque mode so I can select. Okay, and I don't know what all this weirdness is of like the texture going way outside the bounds of the mesh. That's just strange. I don't understand that. Maybe I don't have to. Maybe I'm almost done with this. I really want to be done with this because it is fitting my vision, except it's just got a few things that are just a little bit junky. One thing that might help is if I group the selected faces. Call them texture group 1. Okay. Then, if I have to select those again, it won't be a big deal. Maybe that's how it works. We'll see. This is really hard to know if I've got anything in the right place. Maybe I can switch to a different mode here. Is that better? See, I still can't even see like if I've got the scan lines in this area or not. Is that because of the opacity? Let's switch it back to cutout. Yeah, that's much better. Okay. Now I've got my group selected, and I think I'm about ready to try to fix this. I kind of don't want to mess up the top, because the top is doing something magic for me that I didn't plan out, but I love. It's got these wide bands here, and they're connected to the scan line. It feels like some kind of plausible variation on cathode ray tube technology. Move it down just a tiny bit. But if I do that, then it's going to be like overstated. The amount that it was at was actually really good. So I think what I need to do is just enlarge it a little bit. All right. So just deselect all the faces. Here's where I see. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Cool. Yeah. No, don't you do that. Don't you do that. Go back. Saving my ass. Let's get it centered. Get it centered. Get it centered. And oh, there's a little gap on the right. Perfect. That's just what I wanted. I'm pretty sure that's what I wanted. All right. Then let's go back to the scene. That's looking good. A little bit of gap there, but that's what I wanted. Just a little bit of a gap. Now I'm wondering though, did I just like talk myself into having a gap there because there was a gap there before? And I was trying to say, yeah, but that looks cool even though it's broken. Would it be better if it went all the way to the edge? Because there is a thing like it sort of suggests that the frame itself has got bits of light coming out of it. The other way I could go is the opposite way and say I want a gap on the left side too. And this one is just crazy. This one, it sort of defies you to come up with a rational explanation for it. Whereas the ones with the frame, you could almost kind of picture how does this technology work? Alright, gap or no gap. The one thing I'm committed to is either the left side has a gap along with the right, or both of them don't have a gap. It's going to be one of the two things. I think I'm going to try it with no gap. Please tell me it retained the group. Please tell me. Oh, thank you. Okay, I think that fixes it. Still seeing a gap, okay. No problem, let's get it right. Let's get it right, and then we can forget about it. Oh, there's the thing, like the text is maybe not completely centered. Let me see if that's also the case in the big picture, because if it is, no, big picture looks exactly centered. Now I'm forgetting. Okay, scan lines have to be added back into the projector. So I think I should make the scan lines just a little bit bigger and get rid of the gap that way, and that'll let me center. The other thing without having to choose between having a gap or having centered text. So let's see, scale. Okay. Gotta make sure I didn't fuck this up. Yeah. It's nice. It's a cool day. So I can have a day without a fan, which I love. You know, I was messing around with shaders and post-processing and stuff, and I know that the shader is more performant than this, but this was a good solution. All I did was put a texture of scan lines onto a simple quad here, and then I already had the script that I'd written earlier that rotates the texture. Okay, so here's how this whole thing works. I'll explain it one time. Now that it's all done, I'll just give one explanation of it. So it works like this. There is this Text Mesh Pro quad, and in front of that is the scan lines, which is a material that has a rotation script that will make it move vertically. And I rotated it just a little bit to give it a more interesting look. Okay, so in front of it there's a projector. Not a projector, a camera. Just looks like an old-fashioned movie projector, so that's why I called it a projector. And it renders to a texture, a render texture. So karaoke camera. Where does it say? Oh yeah, target texture. So it renders this target texture of karaoke screen, and so all the animation stuff that happens here just gets recorded in this karaoke screen texture. Okay, there's also a material that that the texture is applied to, and that texture is used inside of these meshes. So render textures are actually really powerful. There's a lot of cool stuff you can do with them. It's the way you would make, say, a nice mini map that shows maybe a top-down 3D view of the same area that you're going through. It's the way that you make portal doors. So like if you want to have say one of these guys show a scene, not a different scene, but like a different area of the scene inside of it that looks completely different, and you can walk through it. That's how you do it. You use render textures. So you've got a camera elsewhere that's pointing at what you want to display, and then it goes to a texture, and that texture you put it wherever you want. Wherever you want. The other part of this whole thing is the lyrics that play through. Okay, for that I have the original songs because I wrote them, and you know they're not just the audio, but I've got all the sequencing. So I've got all the notes that play inside of it as well. It's not just like one WAV file, right? So from here inside of Logic, I can export the portions of the song which anyways, I'm putting too many details. I can export the songs, and they have within them text that corresponds to certain notes. So this text here is, you know, rather precisely positioned with each note of the song that's part of the vocal melody. Okay, and there's like a little bit of a format here. Like I use the left quote and the right quote to mean this. These are the syllables that make up one line to be displayed at once. Okay, so that's exported to a MIDI file, and then inside of Unity, that MIDI file gets processed and it gets put into, I'll say, in the editor inside of Unity. And this is not in the game. There's a tool I wrote that takes that MIDI file and it puts it into a game-ready file, a serialized set of data structures that don't require much analysis. You just got to parse them in, and then they're pretty much ready to use inside the game engine. And they hold the events for when text appears on the screen. Okay, so that's how it all comes together. I'm done with it as of this moment. Well, wait a minute. Let me say this. I'm going to play it one more time, and then I'll say if I'm done with it. I'm probably going to be done with it right after I get done checking it out one last time. Alright, in the dump pile. So I have this need to take game features to 100%. I'm going to go back and show you my status screen just for a moment. And my reasoning is that there's usually like a large amount of refinements and small things and bug fixes, and you got to do a little extra this, and it can seem like you're done and you're not actually that close to done. So I've been pretty scrupulous about saying, like, whatever I need to do to finish a game element, I'm going to make a list of it, and I'm going to hit all of that. So here's my status screen. So when something's at 100%, it means I could ship with this. Maybe I'll change it again. Maybe there's some more bugs, but as far as I know, this is good. This can go out just like this. And the things that are green up here, I'm saying I'm done with them. They're all done. I may come back, like I said, and tweak a little bit, but they're ready to ship. Music was all the way down at 0%. Like, I had not touched it a week and a half ago. I had not written any code to just simply play a song. I had not written all of the music key change stuff that I did, the tempo detection and blinking lights that go along with the music. So that was quite a bit of work that got done between when I started and right now. So I've put in, actually now I think about it, I started at the beginning of last weekend, so it's going to be close to 9 days at the end of this day. No, it will be 9 days at the end of this day. And music right now, it's probably right here around the level selector. It's like I'm almost done with everything. There's just a few odds and ends. And I'm going to see if today I can just get it to 100%. In fact, I'm going to change up at the top here. It says grab bagging. I'm going to change it to give my session goal. Music engine to 100%. I'm distinguishing between the engine and the content, because I'll write some more songs. I'll make updates to my existing songs. Right now, I'm focusing on the engine part of this, and I'm actually stopping myself from doing some things that I would find very enjoyable. It'd be a welcome diversion to go on to the content and just work on the content. Because I friggin' love making levels. Love it. Get so lost in it. Get so excited with it. My brain just starts getting real excited. But I don't want to, because I know that the changes I make in the engine are going to cause me to have to go back and revisit levels and update them again. And in theory, you could have all these prefabs, and you could update them in a centralized way, and everything would just kind of pop into place. And I do as much of that as I can. There are definitely some reused structures and prefabs, and there's even like a organization to the scene hierarchy, which is enforced from one level to the next with some code. So I do that, but I know in practice that if I keep making changes to the engine, it'll cause me to have to go back and revise levels dramatically. The other thing that I'm looking at is potentially, not necessarily partnering with a publisher. And if I did, it would be like one of the ways it could go in a business discussion is I've got the engine 100% done. It's rock solid. There's not bugs in it. They're going to keep us going forever. The only thing left is content, and the marketing and distribution and all that stuff. It's low risk. I know how to manage the production of content. I'm a manager at my day job. Give me some money. I'll finish this game. It's low risk. We're going to make money on it together. That's the kind of pitch that I would make. Much easier to do if you have the engine 100% done. Or you could say it this way. Suppose you're at an earlier stage of development, but still plausible to a publisher that they would want to work with you. The terms of your deal are worse when you ask them to take on more risk. So, the percentage cut on the game and all the terms of it are worse if you are asking them to take on more risk. So I'm doing all the risky stuff first. I'm doing all of the things which would maybe cause me to backtrack on the content if I didn't have them done. That's why the engine comes first. Even though I'm chomping at the bit to move on. So today I want to take music from really 95% where it's at now. I just haven't bothered to update that. Yeah, let's go ahead. I'll do it right now. It'll just take me a little bit of time. All right, so this is music, and I say it is now 95%. And I'll go ahead and I will move it. What the heck? I'm gonna stick it halfway there. I'm gonna stick it just like it's coming up. It's almost there. Okay, and then these two guys down here, scoot them into place. This is not the most important part of this work, fiddling around with the status screen, but it's kind of fun for me. It's a little bit fun. Save that. All right, so what do I have? What do I have left? So I've got one sort of bug or shortcoming of a feature to work on. I'm also thinking about one other feature, which is song transitioning. Let me explain the problem to solve here. Okay, the problem is you want music that has like songs that have interactivity. It's the same song, but it switches to a different part of it smoothly when you get to maybe a certain point in the level, or you defeat a boss, or so there's dramatic things that happen in the game that should cause the music to move from one place to another, from one section of it to another, and it should be done smoothly. Like there's a DJ at the wheel, the DJ is like worried about key changes and beats per minute and stuff like that. It doesn't want to have a jarring experience going from one place to the other. So the very coarse way of doing this that I can do now quite easily is just a simple crossfade from one song to another. And in fact, the engine supports that. I wrote the crossfading code already last week. But I'm thinking of something like, you got song 1, say ambient, song 2, or song mode 1, song mode 2, foreground, I guess, for lack of a better word. Okay, so you got 2 different clips, and song mode 1 is like this. It's got it's got maybe 4 measures, and then it loops. Okay. Song 2 would sound great if it started with a crossfade in the right place. At the beginning of a measure, but I don't want it to wait for there to be the next measure, because there's probably going to be something happening in the game where I want to kind of switch to it a little bit more quickly than that. So ambient would play in a loop, do 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 do, and I'm just waiting for the right opportunity to play my foreground music. I need to do it with the right transition. I could start it with a track that is designed to crossfade nicely with any of the I'll say a measure. I think that's the right term. A measure that's designed to crossfade with any of these. And then I could say that it goes into, let's see, this is TX for transition. Okay, and then we've got our measures after that, which are designed to play in sequence after that transitional crossfade occurs. So can say for any point in the song, where it should begin inside of this song that I'm switching to. So so just to make this a little more concrete, imagine that this song that I've been playing to death was split into 2 parts. It's this part, which is the ambient part. Okay. I mean, really, just that first measure is the whole. Hold on, let's see if I can get this out. Okay, so this first measure is that whole ambient portion of the song, or mode of the song. Okay, then this guy here is the beginning of the active mode. So if I think I'm missing like one part of this, I think I would need to make a copy of this first measure and call that like the transitional. So, okay, so suppose you're at this point inside of the ambient and you've got a switch over, then you want to be at the same offset in the other measure from where you were at in the first one. Let me see if I've got the terminology right. Is it measure? Music. Definition of measure. I think I'm using the word measure a little bit loosely. There should be another term to use. It's more general. Song segment, I guess. Because if I'm saying, okay, it's 4/4 time signature, then there's also things in here that are quarter notes, and technically I think I'm only supposed to have inside of one measure 4 quarter notes, or the same collection of beats. Yeah, I think it actually laid it out for me up here. Like, this is 1, 2, 3, 4. That's one measure. So there's 4 measures here. All right. Hold on, let me be right back. Oh, wait, before I do that, let's save this. Now, when I go to the status screen, while I'm gone for a little bit, oh, come on. There it goes. Okay, cool. Be back in a bit. Not too long. I promise. Alright, alright, alright. Alright, alright, alright. Alright, back. Alright, what was I saying? Okay. I want some kind of way to intelligently pick a place to transition to from one song to the next. I think it's something like, if I'm at position A here, I want to go to the same offset inside of the transition. Phrase, I think, is the word. I think it's music phrase definition. What's a figure? The shortest. Okay. I think phrase is the word I want. Let's sell. Okay. Yeah, this makes sense. I suppose a phrase could be it could be too small of a container. Do I mean a phrase group? The two-part filling of a period or pair of consecutive phrases in which the first is a repetition of the second, or in which and the second consequent relationship is absent. Maybe I'm trying too hard to use the terms from music theory for something that's technical in nature. Alright, we'll just say what? Music segment, song segment. I'm worrying about the name because I know before it's over I'm going to have to name a bunch of files and classes after it. Segment, section. Section I think I like better than segment. Okay. So let me think about this a little more. The song. in my game means a WAV file and corresponding meta information for key, tempo, and lyrics. And I think I'm going to stick with that definition. So maybe really maybe I want to keep that definition of song and say, even if two of these WAV files thematically belong together, that they're still separate songs. Alright, so song transition. Defines for any two songs, so I'll say for two songs, and a location in song A, which location in song B should be transitioned to. So the data structure would be something like song transition, I see this as being some metadata that's inside of the song too. So we'll say to string to song name. I'm thinking of ways to make this as generic as possible, so I don't have to have 5 million settings to it. So how about if I make it so it's not specific to any particular song. Maybe it's specific to a tempo. We could say that maybe if two songs are in the same tempo, that's hard too, because one song can have multiple tempos. Okay, so we could say each song marks out transition phrases. God, this is a little bit tough. It's a little bit tough because All right, let me just finish my first idea, which I'm already criticizing halfway through. So we could say each song marks out sections of itself that are transition sections, but they're marked out for a certain BPM. So you say if your From song has 120 BPMs and the To song has a 120 BPM transition section, that will go to the transition section. And also the BPM I don't think this is 100% true, but it does seem to imply a certain length of phrases. So if I have 120 beats per minute, then I could say that the default phrase is going to be 4 measures long, and 120 beats per minute tells me how long a measure is. So I'll know where to pick my offset based upon where you're at in the phrase. Let me use my own not music theory defined term here. I'll say a phrase for me is the 4 measures, or whatever, like the kind of repeating collection of measures length is. So here, if you look at this, you can see pretty clearly I've got one phrase here, I've got another phrase here, another phrase here. And they're each 4 measures long. I wonder if that's true for my other songs. Hard to say. Okay, let me start writing some of this down. Okay, idea number 1 for a song transition. Every song has a transition, has one or more transition sections keyed on BPM, e.g. one for 120 BPM, one for 80 BPM. Let's call it a phrase again. I keep going back between the two. Let's say a phrase is probably 4 measures, but it's the repeating unit of the song. Okay, when looping a song, don't loop over the transition phrases. See, is there anything in Unity that allows you to set a loop point? Unity, set range of loop audio. Yeah, this question right here, that's what I want to know the answer to. this guy seems to know what he's talking about. He does have a bias, and he did answer this in 2011. Get a whole bunch of chunks and loop these. This is interesting. What's this audio settings DSP time? I've never seen that before. Because I had problems trying to handle looping myself. Like when I was going to perform my own looping, there was a lengthy amount of time between learning that a song had reached. Hey Z, there was a lengthy amount of time between learning that a song had reached the end and starting it over at the beginning. Actually, I should say there was an amount of time after the song had audibly ended when I had to wait to receive something that would notify me that the song ended. It was not just one frame, it was multiple frames, and it resulted in a audible gap when I looped. So I really did need to use Unity's built-in looping in order to perform the loop. So when the guy says do the looping yourself, I'm automatically suspicious because I think I'll get that gap again. I'll get that stupid gap while I go back and loop to the beginning. Alright, but this might have helped me. This might have helped me figure out exactly where it was. It seems like a fair amount of work to... my favorite programming language. I don't think I'm an expert in my favorite programming language yet. I don't think I've found it. It used to be C++. And there are problems with C++. You have to be so fucking careful. Multi-threading is difficult. Shoot yourself in the foot with that. You have to think really hard about it. Memory management is hard with C and C++. I do miss the power I had with it at times. Okay, moving on from those. JavaScript. No, let me go in order. Let's see. Let's do Java. Okay, Java. You got typing. It handles all the memory stuff for you. Multi-threading stuff is still hard. They don't have anything in it to make multi-threading easy. Okay, and then it's kind of maybe a little bit. It's hard to explain. It's I don't know. The thing about having to make sure you've got the Java runtime there and installed, and like every time I download an app and it's a Java app, like it always starts with install the most recent version of Java, and just it's annoying. I don't know. Java's okay. Java's pretty good. C#. Technically, it should be the same issue with the common language runtimes that I just mentioned, but since I'm running inside of Unity and it builds a player and everything, it just doesn't seem to come up as often. It's got typing. It's a little more modern. I think I'm enjoying it more than I did Java. Java also seemed to make you do some weird things if you followed the proper patterns that everyone said you should do. Okay. Still not happy with C# because I've used JavaScript, and JavaScript has got some beautiful functional stuff in it. It's got this ability to just define a structure really quickly just by assigning some data to an object. So instead of having to come up with the exact schema, for lack of a better word, or class definition, I guess, to hold data. You can simply declare your data and then assign it to a variable, and that variable can have a hierarchical structure based upon the data you assign to it, which is pretty powerful. There's no typing unless you add something like TypeScript to it. So that's the downside of it. There's a ton of ways to shoot yourself in the foot with JavaScript, but they don't have as much of a, like, your app won't crash usually. It's hard to get the app to crash. It's easy to get a C or C++ app to crash. JavaScript, you tend to have maintainability problems unless you're very disciplined in how you structure the code. It sounds like maybe you just want to start small. I mean, that web app you described to me, that wasn't small, man. That was for a seasoned programmer. If they just had a pile of cocaine next to them and a solid 3 days, they would knock it out. Okay. But for a newbie, that's months of work. So I would pick a smaller project to start. So JavaScript is not bad as a learning language. It's really not. It's just that, like, when you get to making programs that are like 10,000 lines of code or so, you gotta start doing more than JavaScript requires of you. So, like, the React stuff is an example. React gives you more structure in how you do your UI. It helps you avoid problems with manipulating the DOM in weird ways, and you get timing issues, and you'll have like some event on a text box that updates the text box, but then you also have a drop down box whose value should change based on what you put in the other text box, and React helps you sort all that stuff out. But it adds more complexity beyond learning just JavaScript. You have to learn React too. But you might be at a state where instead of going for all the learning all the guardrails that would keep you safe when you get out into that 10,000 lines of code range, if you just get some language basics first and maybe pure JavaScript in a simple kind of setup. You also went in for data storage at the same time, so you bit off a couple of things there. So you got your React framework, which actually I would stick with. Just acknowledge it's going to be a little bit hard to learn that with JS at the same time. First program ever in Python last night. What'd you write? Yeah, I'm quite interested. Another way to kind of make it easier is pick a programming project that is not UI based. So if you just want to learn and you're not that worried about making something cool, well, I mean, you just do something that's like console input and output. Read in a file, output something. Because if you try to learn UI and data storage and CSS layout and all these things at the same time, it's gonna be overwhelming. Anki? I don't know Anki. Let me see. Okay, so this is similar to the project that you were planning to work on. I gotta figure out some kind of solution to kind of quickly get. You know what I should be doing is I just go and bring up this window earlier so I can get the chat. And now let's see, I come over here and I don't see an easy way to mute this. I can turn that. Now I've got my copy and paste ability here. I know there's like a 30-second rule or something before you can, yeah. There we go. All right, did you copy this from something else, or did you just kind of write it out yourself from scratch? I mean, no shame if you copy it. I'm just trying to get an idea of where you're at. This looks real clean, you know? And I don't know, if you're feeling discouraged early in your journey, like I'm looking at this and thinking, this looks like clean code. There's like, I don't see anything like really ridiculous about it, which newbies usually, they put together stuff that looks really kind of garbagey. Because they haven't figured out how to organize things well yet. But okay, so if I read through this, okay, you said you opened the file to read it. You're setting up your structures here. Okay, I'm saying for I'm not a Python guy, but I get the gist. Okay, so you're saying for each line in the file, if it's an even line, we'll say the front. This will be the front of the card. Otherwise, we'll say it'll be the back of the card. Okay, and Janaki, I don't know what Janaki is. Some kind of library, I guess. Cornell equals no, you got to pass in this model thing, which is up above. Okay, and then you're filling in the fields that go into the model. Depending, and then okay, you're creating a deck from all of the notes. Okay, and then you say for each item in your collection that you create above, you're going to add in that note to the deck. Then down at the bottom, bam, output it to a file. You've written the whole deck to a file. I'm assuming this file format you can take over to Anki and read it in, and you can be doing your friggin' spaced out learning over there with that. So this is solid, you know? Like, this is just a very clear, straightforward approach to solving the problem. Stylistically, I don't see any issues with it. Don't see any logic problems. So, I mean, if you're new to this, you're doing better than most new people. I'll say that. So if you got some thought in your head like, you know, maybe this is too hard for me. No, you're doing fine. You're getting it. You're not like the person that goes on to Stack Overflow and asks somebody to do their homework for them. So the trick is, like, as you go along, you just want to pull in not too much all at once, but enough to challenge you and to let you grow. And don't be discouraged, like, if it's going to take some time. Yeah, it's the kind of thing that would be helpful for somebody else maybe. Yeah, throw it up on GitHub, and every 3 months or so you get a nice little note, or somebody maybe offering to add something to the source, you know, stuff like that. Yeah. No, dude, you're on your way. You're on your way. You'll get there. Alright, you get back to this thing I was hassling over in my head. So maybe this audio settings DSP time could help me figure out that looping issue. I think somebody said, do people not realize how bad this thing is? Okay, so let me hear some real world warnings. Oh, interesting. This guy, he says, does it behave this way for everyone else? No, just the guy above gave you the answer. I think this is a famous guy, Nifless. He's made some cool games, that Nifless dude. If it's the same one. Alright, let me see what's built into audio source, because I don't want to reinvent the wheel. If I could just set a looping range inside of here, then I'd be home free. Does not seem to have anything there. Alright, let's go back to this other thread. Okay. So the guy said here, I could do that. That sounds like a lot of work. A lot of work. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I don't want this one. Don't think I want this one. Huh. I might give up on this particular feature. It feels like it's going to take me off on a journey I don't want to make. There is one thing that could save me here. It tends to be that the part that I want to play that's like foreground music is not looping. If that were the case, if I just stayed with that assumption, then I no longer would need to have this sort of ranged looping behavior. Yeah, this is the problem I had. Yeah. Yeah, this is a naive approach. It'll give a gap in between. I wrote this. I know. It has a gap. It's not good. It's just a little gap, but it is a gap. The only thing is, like, this is like way back in, let's see, when was this conversation? 2014. Has anything changed since then? I would have thought, like, maybe Unity would. Yeah, this is maybe. Okay, that one's in 2015, a year later. This one's in 2016. Yeah, I think this guy's problem is his audio clip needs some editing. 2015. All right, I think I get the gist of what's possible. Two songs. this is the most practical way to do this. It just requires me to make my songs a certain way. And there isn't too much flexibility here, but also I don't have to come up with some complicated data-driven approach to defining the transitions. And I don't need to figure out how to loop a range within a song, which I'm sure I could do, but it feels like, bam, there goes 2 weeks gone just working on that. And it might even be 2 weeks, and then at the end of that 2 weeks I learned that I've created a solution which eats up more CPU than the built-in approach I was using with the Unity engine. I don't want to just go grab a third-party library that'll do it for me, because I'm so reluctant to use third-party assets now. You bring in somebody else's code and it creates more instability in the project. Later on, you try to build the project. Oh, it doesn't build anymore. Okay, I gotta get the update from that third-party asset. Oh, that third-party asset hasn't been updated in 8 years. That kind of thing. And then extra warnings that show up and extra build problems, and if their architecture wasn't that good, it could be allocating all kinds of memory and then freeing it again and making the garbage collection work overtime. It's just not worth it for me to bring in that risk. So I think this approach is probably one I'll use. Yeah. So it happens that this song already has a nice transition phrase right at the beginning. I'll just make a copy of it. I'll create my second intro clip, which is just going to be designed to loop infinitely. And for this, I can remove the marker. Just get rid of all this stuff. Yep, go away. Don't need that. So this will be an interesting challenge. If I'm doing it right, when I do the crossfade, it won't sound like anything is happening. If I'm off a little bit, it's not going to sound good. I gotta remember to pick everything. It does kind of feel to me like I want one more instrument here, if for no other reason, debugging. So let me add just one more, because I want to be able to tell when I want to be able to tell when I'm in one of the songs or the other. So if I'm in the intro song, I want it to be clear to me. So let's see, what do we got? Something, maybe like a pad. I think I messed up all my stuff. Where is the instrument selection? Where did that go to? I always wish there was a undo in complicated programs for this, for just like IDE changes. So moved. Okay, there. Okay, that gets me back to there. At one point, I hid some other panel over here that had all the instruments. I don't know what the name of that friggin' panel is. Is it the main window? This is the main window. View. Show library. That's probably it. Yeah, that's it. Okay, cool. Alright, go down here. Let's try that. This program is a little bit rough to use while broadcasting because my screen resolution is quite a bit shorter. Quite a bit small. And this is a friggin' complicated program as far as UI goes. I mean, it is got a lot of stuff in it. Let's see how this sounds without the electric piano part. Okay, that's fine. It's a little bit dull. I mean, I could honestly just chop it down to this first part here and I'd have one loop, but since I've got a little bit more I have an ability to make this a little bit more interesting though, so I don't want to overdo it, but Let's see what we had. Alright, let's see what that sounds like to start. Okay, so then yeah, I'll go minor there. Dang it. A little bit, Davey. By the way, I put in a big disclaimer at the beginning of the stream that said the music that I played in Davey's videos yesterday, it was all his stuff, no copyright nonsense. You gotta protect your reputation. So this is some boring ambient bullshit. Let's see, is it worth? Let's see what else I got to put in there. Just at the end, I'll do it just a little bit like it sounds like something's starting up, and I'll just go back to looping to pretty boring ambient thing. But this is like the intro part. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it. I just wanted something that was let me test out a transition between two different songs. That would be for two different parts of the game. Let's see. So yeah, it was an automatic claim, and I'm pretty sure it came from one of the Unity videos or the Asset Store videos. Because that was the only other thing I played on that, and you know, you make your own music, so I'm sure you're not in their database of automatically going and finding music. Okay, so here, what do I want? Something like Yeah, that's fine. All right. Alright, that's it. Nothing amazing, nothing very interesting. Just the intro part for a song so I can use it to test out this new transition logic I want to create. Export the wave. Export the MIDI. Oh, dang it. Okay. Made them small intro. Okay, then I go back to Unity. Let's see what I got. Delete that one. Rename this one. That one I'll take. Run it through the song analyzer. I'm gonna block this guy. Wait a minute. Is this the original one? I don't know. Yeah, you're right. Twilight Zone, Outer Limits. Yeah. Tempted to go play a little clip from those. That's exactly the kind of thing. That's exactly the kind of thing that YouTube would pick up on. Alright. I made my wife some bacon, and I didn't eat any myself, but it's impossible for me not to be starving after cooking bacon. I'm just going to grab myself a quick snack. I'll be back in 5 minutes or so. Who cannot eat after making bacon? Not me. All right. Back. Got my lovely breakfast sandwich. It's a sourdough, eggs, cheddar, and Canadian bacon. Canadian bacon for Davey. Although I don't know, in Canada, do they call Canadian bacon, or they just call it bacon? I have to know. It's a stupid question. What do Canadians call, not bacon, Canadian bacon? Yeah. Back bacon. Now I know. They call it back bacon, and there was one point in time where the Americans were short on bacon, and so they went up to Canada to get their supplies, to get their bacon fix, and the Canadians made it a certain way, and it was tasty. And Americans said, well, why don't we have some of that Canadian bacon? We like that way. And so they just kept on calling it Canadian bacon. Now, it wasn't the main way that Canadians made the bacon either. That part of the explanation was missing for me, which is why in the middle of a bacon shortage, which is really this. That's even a weird thing to say. A bacon shortage? That's just a pig shortage. Because you've got pigs and you make bacon. So that article, the way it was written, it made me kind of doubt it. So I'm not going to think of it as truth. You don't have a bacon shortage. You get a pig shortage. I mean, in modern times, you might have a bacon shortage because we rely on all these manufacturing and distribution pipelines, and there's things like right now I cannot get canned smoked almonds from Blue Diamond unless I want to go on eBay and pay like twice what they normally sell for at retail. And that's just because of probably just because of COVID distribution chain blockage. But yeah, in the 1800s, there's no such thing as bacon shortage. It's just a pork shortage or a pig shortage. Because people were used to not relying on distribution chains to bring them specific treatments of animal meat. I'm not saying anything profound. I'm just kind of like thinking it through in my head. What must have been true. I'm not saying like anything based on my knowledge of history. It's just, back in the 1800s, they didn't worry about going to a store to get their bacon. They would say, that pig over there looks tasty. I'm going to buy that pig, and then I'm going to chop it up. I'm going to use all the pieces for different things. Bacon being one of them. Goddamn, pigs are tasty. I go back and forth between saying which of the big three is my favorite. Chickens, cows, or pigs. It's kind of interesting that the whole world generally agrees that those three meats are really good. There's some countries that are a bit more into lamb, but they're not contesting the big three. And even like the religions that say don't eat this type of food, whether it be beef or pork or fish, they don't say because it's gross, it tastes terrible. No, they say there's reasons why you don't want to, but everybody knows it. Those three top animals taste great, and everything else that's on the menu is kind of like, maybe I'll try this one time in a year. I'll have some duck. And you're like, it's pretty good, but you don't it doesn't break the top three suddenly. Turkey's fine every once in a while. It's like the type of thing that, like, if you don't have it all the time, it's special when you eat it. But generally, unless you've got health reasons, you don't like swap out turkey for everything else. Because goddamn chickens they're just a world beater. Chickens taste fantastic. And I don't think there's many things that you could sort of like attribute to like the way the system created things made it so that the main things we get are X, Y, Z. Nah. I think cows, chickens, and pigs just taste fantastic. They always have. And it was inevitable that we would create these massive capitalistic distribution schemes, which now must be very entrenched. It was inevitable because they just taste so damn good. Like, they beat out the other animals by a fair amount. And there's also like how domesticatable they are, but I still think that's like not every creature is domesticatable. That's true. But the ones that taste really good, we sure try our asses off at domesticating them. I've heard the bear tastes fantastic. I should eat some bear at some point. Boar, I've heard good things about, like wild boar, but that's just another form of pig. You can say a pig is like the domesticated, ready to be cooked up version of a boar. I mean, it must have been like that. There were some boars and they tasted delicious, and then they kept on saying, like, can we keep them in a pen? Can we just hold them all together in one place? Okay, this group over here is seeming to be pretty peaceful compared to the rest of them, so we'll keep breeding them. Well, this other one was kind of a pain in the ass. Actually, we killed it real early because it was like wrecking up the fence. So over time, yeah, those boars become pigs, and they're not so hard to handle. They're domesticated. Now, if there was a new meat that came on the scene that tasted as good as the top three, capitalism would make room. There'd be the whole factory farming thing put into place for this new kind of meat. Like some alien creature lands on our planet, we find out it's tasty as fuck. I mean, we would start building factories and breeding these things and domesticating them, and yeah, we would do it so fast. Unless they were good communicators or they showed a lot of intelligence, then we wouldn't do it. But if they were really tasty and they were just like a hard for us to relate to, like we couldn't quite tell what they were thinking, man, we would eat them. Dolphins don't taste that good, but we would have ate them. We would have ate them so fast. We would have set them up to. They're so smart, but I just think they don't taste that good. That's why we don't have factory farming for dolphins. I don't know. I never had any dolphins. Maybe they do taste good. Where am I at? I think I'm still in design mode here. So I've got my 2 tracks, and let me just play them inside of Unity, make sure that they're not bullshit. Alright, here's the little ambient doodad. Are you going to show up in the preview? Come on, where? Undo. This is the thing that's hard, is just to figure out what the hell is the little tiny window to show inside the ID is called, and then show it. Because I had a little preview window, and then one day I said, nah, it's getting in my way, and I got rid of it. Now I can't find it again. Audio, something about assets maybe. Oh, let's just look at it in Finder. Alright, so here's the intro. And then we'll say that if you get in front of one of those screens, we'll have a trigger, and we'll have it switch to the main song, which I'm so fucking sick of, but still, it's right here and it's already working, so I'm not gonna mess around with that. Okay, so the 2 clips are there. Coda got it right. play song. I want play song to do some thinking, and it may decide to play the new song, to start the new song right at the beginning. Hey Davey, yeah, have a good time. Get some code working. Get some cool game shit going on. I look forward to watching more of those demo videos. I actually enjoy those quite a bit. Okay, so the new song, I want to be able to play either from the beginning or at some point inside of it. So in play song, set a starting time for playing. Call get song start time. And oh boy, this might be a little tricky. Maybe I don't know. I don't know enough information yet to tell. So it's actually play song. We'll start loading like normal, and on song loaded, callback occurs, and on song loaded. Okay, so what does get song? It's all going to be, the cleverness is all going to be in get song start time. Okay. If BPM of fading song, tempo doesn't match new song, then return 0. Play from start at off song. Okay, otherwise calculate phrase duration based on tempo. An assumption that a phrase is 4 measures long. Return offset in fading song. Return offset from start of current phrase in fading song. That's it. That's not too bad. It's not bad at all. Part where it might fall down is this phrase is 4 measures long thing. I think I might not have that consistency across my songs. If I need to, I can create a new kind of marker that's stored in the song that says, here's where the first phrase ends, and let that be the phrase duration. In fact, I might be doing well to make it optional to include that, or I could wait until I actually need it. So there's some different ways I can get the phrase duration. Another thing is it might be that the MIDI export, when it creates tracks, it might be that it divides them up based on what I used inside of Logic X. So it might return all of this is one track, all of this is one track, all of this is one track. That might be able to intuit or deduce what the phrase length should be. What I'm hoping to arrive at is this, which I think is 4 measures long. I think that's what I typically do in my songs. I'll see. Okay. I've got an algorithm. It can be refined if my first guess is wrong. I think I can do it that way. Alright, so this would probably be a good place to pass in song metadata. Let's see, what all do I need in the active song? Okay, at this point, has the previous song been stopped? Yeah, okay, so I say stop song, that puts everything that was on active to fading. So I'll have fading audio source. Okay, cool. Oh, I don't have fading metadata. Okay, let's hold on to that as well, I guess. Cool, now I just gotta write this part. So we'll say if from metadata is null, to metadata is null, or that's the trivial exit there. So return 0f. Okay, then we get in a little bit further. Let me say, do the tempos match? I'm clarifying my thoughts as I type that. Okay, so let's see. I'm just thinking it over, and I'll spend a fair amount of time getting this right, and it seems brittle. Whenever you use the word assumption, it's a good word to use, because it can show the weakness of an algorithm. To assume something. Sometimes you want to assume things. Sometimes they're correct assumptions to make. They're good to simplify the code so you don't have to handle every possible situation in the world. But I don't know if I'm going to be able to abide by this assumption, and the work involved in writing code to calculate this is going to be equal to, if not more than, the work to use a marker-based approach. So I'm going to go ahead and use the marker-based approach. I want to use some convention, so if I have any more of these kind of special markers that they don't get interpreted as karaoke lyrics. I'll call this phrase duration. So I'll say when I'm looking for lyrics, if the marker I see has got a curly brace in it, I'll say that's not one that's lyrics, it's something else. Okay, so save. Oh God, did I overwrite the wrong? That might be it. Okay. I didn't make a copy though, right? I save a copy as. Okay, I need to go. And check that I've got the original song in this other file. Okay, so let's. Okay, save this as intro 2. Okay, and let's open up Aiden's file intro. Yeah, close it. Okay, here's the original. I don't know why the M's are blinking, that's weird. Oh, because I've got a solo on. Okay. Yeah, that was it. Alright, same deal here. Phrase start. Marker. Yeah, they're here. Phrase duration. There we go. Save this as the original, because I did this wrong before and basically swapped my files around. Okay, save that. Okay. Dang it. I know one thing that'll make hearing this again and again less irritating is taking out the vocals, which is something I was thinking I'd wanted to do anyways. So let's do that. Okay. Okay, that one seems good. It's getting a little bit crazy with all the different versions of songs I've got. All the files, all the locations they're stored at. So this one. Clean this bullshit up. Okay, I believe. I think intro's fucked. Band is ancient. Let's delete those. Boy, it's taking a long time to delete some files. Is something holding on to them? Okay, and let's rename this. Dang it. No, actually, that was right. I take it back. That's fine. Okay, that one's fine. Alright, so then let's see if I can get the other one fixed and exported correctly. Okay, this one looks good. Okay, so let's export the MIDI. There's a weird thing too where it's got the name of it here, so there must be some other setting for the name besides the file name. Where's that? Gotta figure out that, or it may plague me. File. No, not the track, the song. Well, let's just see what it does. Okay, cool. I thought I was going to do, I made them small intro too and mess with me, but it did not. Decided not to do that. Okay. That's the MIDI file, which should have all the data in it now. Then let's export the WAV file. Which goes here. Alright, now I need to clean up the assets directory. think there's a bunch of stuff in here that's just needs to be deleted. MIDI bytes meta. So I'm going to regenerate this, or I'm going to copy it over. Okay. Move to trash. And the metabytes, that's going to be regenerated. Now let's look at the remaining songs and make sure they're all the right songs. I think this one is probably not the right song. It sounds like the right one, actually. Okay, let's try this one. That sounds exactly the same. Am I right though? I think it's the same. Okay, this one. What do we got with this one? Okay, that's the one with vocals, so it's driving me crazy. Is this the new one? I'm pretty sure that's the final version I want. I don't think I want those kind of distorted vocals there that I find displeasing. My reaction to them might be a little bit worse because it's me singing and I don't like my own voice, that kind of thing. But okay, so I got the right WAV files there. Let's get the right MIDI files there. Oops. Okay. And then am I looking for MIDI or mid? MIDI. Okay, it's MIDI. So MIDI. No. Dang it. Bytes. Okay. I got the files in there now. Need to get my analysis, so it's picking up the new markers. keep it simple here for now. I'm just gonna have one phrase duration variable. I might end up with more markers like that in the future, but I don't want to over-design for that. I don't know what they're going to be. I don't know a good way to organize them because they don't exist yet. So just a single variable to hold the one marker that I know about that has a special meaning. Okay. I'll just call this one marker analyzer. Or do I want my lyric analyzer to become the marker analyzer? Because it's already looking through all the markers. I either want to make the lyric analyzer a general marker analyzer, or I want to rename this new class I created to be phrase duration analyzer. I think I'm going to do a phrase duration analyzer. Don't need to find syllables. Well, maybe let's still take this code. Okay. I'm going to put a few guardrails here in case I type in the name the wrong way. So let's say static bool is marker. What's the phrase I want? Custom marker value. The kind of thing I might do is just misspell or use the wrong casing. So we'll say make this general purpose function and let's make it public because I have a use for it when processing lyrics. Now that I've defined this custom marker thing, going back on what I said, double take, let's do custom marker. Okay. So we say if is custom marker event, text event. Let's do it this way. If not, continue. Okay. Get rid of this one. That gone. And this is basically it right here. So I can just get rid of this guy. Yeah. Okay, and then we say in the song analyzer, okay, that seems pretty good. There should just be some way to say I don't care. Is there? Can I just say, just turn this off, I don't want to keep looking at it. Like, I would love it if there was a dismiss option here. Alright, so let's make sure that the lyric analyzer doesn't get mixed up with the new kind of marker. Okay, so we say if custom marker analyzer is custom marker event, text event, continue. Just skip over this one, we don't need it. Okay, so that's going to give me, in my metadata, phrase duration. So going back to the first problem that I was working on. It's not the tempos I have to worry about anymore. It's the phrase durations. Kind of interesting too that there could be two songs that have two different tempos, but their phrase duration is the same. It's kind of like you could have one that's at 80 beats per minute and another one that's at 160. And it's still legit to try to get them to play on top of each other. Yeah, I think I'll just go with matching phrase duration. Let's just say so that means I don't have information about the phrase duration. And I don't, if I have two songs that both have 0 for the phrase duration, then I shouldn't count that as them matching. I should just say that's unknown information. Let's assume that they don't match, so let's not attempt a phrasal line transition. Okay. This has now become a comparison that is pretty cheap, pretty simple, not multi-line, multi-statement anymore, so I'll put in with the first. Let's see. Phrase duration info is missing. Either song is missing, phrase duration is missing, or phrase durations don't match, then don't attempt phrase aligned transition. All right. Okay, I'm gonna take a short break, and then I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna test this thing, and I think it'll work. I don't know how well it'll work, but I think it'll work. Be back in maybe 10 minutes or so. So the first thing I want to do is process the two songs and see what it comes up with. Let's hit run. Let's hit build the solution. Debug. Did I make these both addressable? Oh, unlock this. Yeah, okay, that's addressable. Okay, song analyzer. I thought I had that running in the debugger, but apparently I didn't. Okay, let's try it again. First, I want to make sure that the lyrics don't have the custom marker in it. Looks the same as previous. Okay. Phrase duration. Some number between 5 and 10 seconds. 7.9. That's great. So it's working just fine. Okay, let's do the other one. So this is, I made them small, and I made them small intro. Apply. Cool. So now I'll take these two files, go Okay, take these, move them off over here. Okay, then I need to make the meta files addressable. Okay. I've got some developer code that plays certain songs. Let's do 2 will be I made them small intro, looping true. There we go. I made them small, looping true. Okay, so if we do the play song, game, no maximize. I want to see the output in the debug window. Clear that, let's play. Okay, so if I hit 2, let's see, what do I expect? From is going to be null because nothing, there's no previously playing song. So hit play. You know, there's a nice feature of this of these scan lines. I'm getting complexity where I didn't have to plan anything, and it comes from something called a Moore effect. So I didn't like make all the little eddies of this. I didn't make there's like almost like a curvature off in this pattern over here. That's just more stuff. It just happens on its own. It's kind of cool. It's emergent. Okay, I'm waiting for the song to loop. Okay, so when I hit 3, I'm curious what happens. So here, from data should not be null. To metadata should not be null. The phrase duration, 7.9. I'm going to have to use float util down here where I say this not equal thing. This is bad. That's a floating point comparison. Unreliable. I have to use my float util to check for a similarity there. Okay, but I think okay, good. So the phrase duration there, from audio source time, 4.83. So it's going to return 4.83. It probably won't sound right because I've got it in the debugger. So I'm going to have to do it more than one time. Let's go to the other one. I'm hitting some keys to arbitrarily pick points to go between the two songs. Oh, interesting. Invalid seek position was passed to this function. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna need a little more instrumentation to see what's going on. Sometimes with troubleshooting timing related stuff, it really is hard to troubleshoot. So let's say with the debugger, I mean. Let's fix this, or let's instrument here. And up above, let's do not float until is same. So it seems to me it should always return a time that's less than 8 seconds, and either one of those songs is longer than 8 seconds. So, and the error I saw, I think, came from this time being set to something that was out of range, but I don't understand how that would happen yet. Anyway, there's a number of assumptions there that I'm going to check. Actually, the play sound that attempted to play was walk, and it seems like it inherited the time value from the earlier audio source. That's interesting. Okay. Let's go see if I can add some code into audio point to clear that out. I'm gonna try something. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. My time is a little off. 1, I know that one pretty good. Just checking the key changes. Some thoughts about music design. So it's very easy to make ambient music like this. I can make lots and lots of ambient music like this. Real easy. Real easy. And it's not bad for the backdrop of the melodic instruments. And occasionally, when something a little more dramatic, maybe story-driven, happens within the game, I can switch to foreground music. So in this case, in the story, if the player goes into this area where nobody else in the society that she's within ever goes, she'll discover this kind of TV thing down there, and it'll start playing this stuff. But before she discovered it, it's just playing the ambient music. Ambient music works pretty well with the melodic sound effects. So does the foreground music, but the ambient music really showcases the instruments that are playing from the player's actions. It's not hard to make action-oriented ambient music too. It's just usually it's got more percussion in it, a little bit faster tempo, a few heavy chords every once in a while. It's easy as fuck to make ambient music. I'm not saying like anyone should be impressed by what they're listening to, but I mean, if you played video games and you hear like this kind of stuff that's playing in the background, it sets a mood. It's not real memorable, but it does add something. And also, combined with the foreground melodic sound effects, I think it works. And I don't have to have the same ambient song playing all the time either. I can fade it out and come back to it, play a different song, alternate between the two. I think most levels will be pretty short in duration, where a player might spend less than 5 minutes on it, and they just go on to the other. Then some levels you'll spend some time on, and it will make sense to have more variety in the music, but most of the time I should be able to just drop one ambient bit of music there and just let it play, and switch to some foreground songs if you're doing some story-based events in that level. Now, if I were taking this song and saying this is going to be the main thing you hear when walking around a level for 5 minutes, I would add to it. I would probably triple it in length, add a little more variety, a couple different sections to it. That's another thing, is I can have one song which has multiple songs in it. So like if I want to give the player a break, that audio file that I play could combine two songs inside of it. So as it loops, it just automatically alternates between the two. That's really easy to do. Let me add one more cheat key to this whole thing. I did fix that one bug that popped up by just setting this. Okay, let me make a note to myself. Okay, what else? So I did the thing I said I was going to do, but I've got one more bug type thing to handle. Also, I think I might do something here where I just stop the song playing if I do alpha 0. So this would be a good thing to test a little bit with. So I'm kind of thinking that my default duration for stopping songs is a little bit fast. So why don't I just set it to be something just a little bit longer. Let's say 3F. 300% longer. That's how much longer it will be. And just for showmanship's sake, I'll maximize it. Oh, I thought of one other thing. It's not a proper crossfade. It's just starting in dong. I need a active song crossfade. I think that's why it didn't sound that smooth. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. That's going to be a little bit tricky, but I think I can do it. I'm already using the word fading to group together all the stuff for the old song that stops. I might have to change my naming terminology a little bit. Let me think. How do I want to do the naming here? It's the fading out song. So the bool is active fading in. Okay. So it's always going to be true that when you're fading, there's a fade out. But so I think the syntax errors I created are going to lead the way for the changes I need to make. No, let's say this applies to both. Maybe not this one. just realized. I think if the karaoke player is already known, let's not go find it again. Okay. So these are little tangents, but while I'm thinking about them, I like to get them resolved. So back to the fading in thing. All right, let me think about that. So new volume will be a value between 0 and, let's say music volume was set to 0.5, like in the player settings, whatever, they have it set halfway down. So the loudest it can get is music volume at 0.5. So I would say at the beginning of the fade, the fading out song will be a 0.5. We know that works. The fading in song should be a 0.5 minus 0.5 or 0. That's good. And then on the other side of it, when it's entirely faded out, its new volume is going to be 0 for the fade out. For the fading in, it's going to be 0.5 minus 0, or 0.5, maximum volume. Okay, cool. That logic checks out. And I think since I've got this whole thing here, let's do update for fading and just refactor all this. Then I'll be following the same pattern I used for all the other update functions that get called. An important thing on all these calls to update functions is that each one has got a trivial check right at the beginning that doesn't take much time. I know it's gonna recommend I do something else, but let's just do that instead. Let's see, what would be the best way to do this? Probably just active metadata. Yeah. Let's change this to, yeah. So if I just check a standard class that's not derived from like the object in Unity, then this null check is faster. Just be consistent here. I'll just say if active metadata is null, then return. I'll make sure this is true. Alright, I'm just going to try it. No debugger. Not yet anyways. Just want to see what happens. Okay. That's what you call a crossfade. Came in smooth. Karaoke lyrics updated just fine. Fade out. Okay, there's a thing where the fade out did not stop the karaoke lyrics. So I should put that code in stop song, I think. Closing in here. Clear console. Love to see that. Okay, so I want stop song to handle that cancellation of the karaoke. If that's the case, I actually don't need to have it here. Do I? No, I don't need it here. It's better in the other place. Alright, just to make this there we go. Okay, and then let's see what else. Let's just make these comments a little bit better. Alright, let me move on to the next thing. I mean, it's a pretty trivial set of changes there. I'm not going to bother to test it. What am I saying? What am I saying? It's only going to take me a moment, and if there is a problem, I'll see it right away. What the hell am I saying? I was like, I almost did something kind of stupid. Let's remove the maximize on play. Okay. So here's the cool thing about that crossfade. This song may not show up much, because there's only a very subtle beat there. Dun, 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 dun. But if you got a beat that's actually pretty easy to pick out, that transition is not going to muddle the beats. It's going to have the beats from the previous song matching up to the second song. It's going to be a nice crossfade. It'll be one you don't notice as a player. You just smoothly go from one song to the next. So it's good. You got a new capability there, a little more powerful. Alright, so I've got one more thing on the bug list to take this to 100%, and that is I just want, let's see, some better solving for, I can delete all this, for my key changes. So current algorithm is for every change point. A change point is a place in the song where the combination of notes that are playing changes. For every change point, find the keys that potentially match. Only one key equals solved. For every unsolved change point, if neighbor is solved and has a key in the unsolved key list, use that key. Okay. So that's the first pass. Second pass. for every unsolved change point. If it has any keys in, if it has any keys, then use the first one. If no keys, then use C major. That's where it gets sketchy. So let me think of some potential improvements. Alright, number one. No, it's not a complete solution. Let's just brainstorm for potential improvements. For no match cases, e.g. 4+ unique notes. Find all matches that contain 3 notes from change point. That would help, because there's some that come up 0. And an interesting thing about that is whenever there's 4 unique notes that are playing at once, I'm probably fucking up in my song and creating disharmony. And there is a point in one of the songs that I analyzed for key changes where it always sounded kind of wrong to me right there. I didn't know why. I couldn't put my finger on it. I thought I'd already harmonized everything right. And the key change analyzer said, no, we can't find the key that matches this combination of notes at this point in the song. So it's like a linter, which is a programming term for music. So I can still have it output a warning to me that's like, oh, at a certain section in the song, we could not find any keys that match. You probably got some disharmony going on there. You might want to fix that. So it can give me a little warning there in the output. Okay, add warnings for above case to point me towards debugging song itself. Okay. But sometimes the disharmony should stand. Like if one of the instruments that's involved in that combination of notes is not particularly melodic. Percussive instruments. Now, although I am trying to exclude them from the MIDI track exports which are used for analysis. No, but it's a legit thing to have some disharmony in songs. It's a technique that's done all the time where, you know, it's things are getting a little bit hectic for a moment. Let me see. And then a lot of times that momentary disharmony resolves. And, yeah, it's kind of like a give and take in the song. There are other scales. I don't think I'm going to put like a bunch of jazz notes in this, but it's possible. Though I think I should avoid those disharmonies in the music for the sake of allowing the melodic instruments they're used for sound effects to play well. The only other reason I might have for that is if like it's a scary level and you want the player to be on edge and you want like the sounds coming at them to be jarring. Okay, anyways. I think the reason I was debating this is maybe the no match case is best handled by fixing the song or fixing the MIDI export instead of writing code to deal with it. Okay, the other case where there's potential problems is when there's not enough information to match to the right the right key, because not enough notes are being played all at one time, and then I'll have 4, 6, maybe no 2. I figured this out once and then I lost it. Let me see. Music key util. All right. So if I've got just one note being played, I think that gives me 6 possible combinations. C, C, C. Yeah. Or D. If it was just D being played, D, D, yeah. So 6 for 2, no, 6 for 1. If I have 2 being played, I think it drops down to 2 possible combinations. So say I'm playing F and G sharp. I might find out what I just said is bullshit. Is there another F and G sharp? Okay, down here, I think maybe an F. Yeah, there we go. F minor. Yeah. So if I have 2 notes being played, there's 2 possibilities for a key. I think there are like combinations of 3 notes too that will just be total non-matching. Well, yeah, I know that's true. So I just play 3 together right next to each other, like A, B, C, which I just played. Here's A, B, C. That doesn't match anything on the scale. So I've got some of those cases too. Okay. So say I've got my C major, but it's alternating between E, just the note E by itself, and C major. C majors is going to be detected. E won't be detected, but since its neighbor is C major, it's going to pick up C major in the solver. The solver is going to say, when I go on the second note, even though only E by itself is playing, it's going to say what was the neighbor playing? C major. Does that also match? Does C major include E, which is where I'm at now? It does. Okay, let's just use C major. So that handles that case. There is a thing too where I'll run it multiple iterations. And as long as I'm solving someplace, it'll kind of spread. Alright, so here's, let's come up with the cases. The cases where there's disharmony or bad choices made for key changes. Cases are four plus unique notes won't match any key. Less than 4 notes won't match any key, e.g. A plus B plus C. That will definitely not work. Okay. Multiple keys at a change point, but none match a neighbor. In that case, it's going to be a little bit tough. Okay, so for these first two, let's call it case 1, case 2, case 3. So 4 plus, no match. Less than 4, no match. And bad neighbors. Just want to give it a little shorthand. Okay. Number 1. I think this is really just one case as far as my algorithm is concerned. No match. And second pass. Find all keys that match Yeah. So I was gonna say until it'll be until find a match. I was gonna say or n minus x gets to 0, but you won't get to 0 when you get to n minus x being one note, and you're just saying tell me all the keys that match one note. You're gonna get 6 matches. Period. That's just how the chromatic scale is. That's probably a good algorithm. Okay, for bad neighbors. Score each key. Here's what gets tricky. Let's see. No, I think it's good. If neither neighbor is solved, okay, so we say x equal proximity to neighbor and set to 1 initially. Increase x by 1 until find either a previous neighbor, find either a neighbor at I equals position of unsolved change point. Okay, if ran out of neighbors, solve is C major. Solve is first key or nest or C major. Edge case. Unlikely, not worth not worth refining to be smarter. Okay, otherwise, we'll know that we have 1 or 2 solved neighbors to look at. Score each key for change point I as the number of notes that match a solved neighbor's key. Because solved neighbors only have one key. Solve for change point I by using key with highest score. I feel real confident about both of these. I think both of these are winners. And they're just refinements to what I've already got there. Okay, gotta go pee. I'll be right back. Sometimes I like to put a little chat break in there because what it does is when I glance over, I can see at the bottom, real simple like that, the last message there is my little dash, and that just tells me, nobody's chatting me, kind of at a quick glance. Okay, this is pretty good, I think. Close some of these ones I know I'm not going to use anytime soon. Key change analyzer. All right. Remember a little bug here. I think I'll just write just a tiny bit of code to avoid it, make it more robust. Then if for some reason I get like some empty MIDI file or something, that'll be fine. I guess I should put this one in music key util. Oh, this is a good interview question right here. I hope nobody asked me this in an interview. I'll probably botch it. Alright, so we've got a bunch of notes. Total note count. Let's see, available note count. We'll say this is use note count. This is how many that I want to use in each combination. Okay. This will be my return structure. Notes combinations. Double plural weirds me out. Okay. So suppose I've got in my thing that I pass in, I've got A, B, C, D, E, which is a terrible sounding chord. It sounds like this. Sounds like a child mashing on the piano. Okay. And say my use note count is 3. I want to pass in, okay, notes equals that, and use note count equals 3. So just a moment ago I was thinking of a much easier solution, but I don't think it'll work. So I was going to do something like just take the first 3 here, then take the next 3 here, take the next 3 here, and then loop around, take that and that. The problem is it won't get like A and C and E as one of the options. What it should return is A, B, C, A, B, D, I'm doing it by hand because a lot of times it just suggests the whole algorithm to me by doing that. You go A, B, E. Okay. It's going to be recursive. I know that now. Either that or it's going to have a couple of loops, and the loops will kind of figure out what's going on. So it'd be A, B, E, and then it would move on. Let's see, you go A, B, C, A, B, D, A, B, E. So here it's kind of like, in the first call to this thing, I've got my starting note at A, and then I probably end up calling down one deeper, and it's like now A and B are fixed. I'm going to go A, B, C, I'm going to go ABD, and then AB. It doesn't keep recursing at this point because it's at the use node note count. Okay, then it backs up and it says, okay, back at this second level of recursion, you were at A and you selected B. Now try choosing A and C, and you only have to move your little second pointer for scanning through the additions at this point. You only have to move it to the right. You don't have to go back and say A, C, and B. No, you don't have to do that. Go A, C, and D, and A, C, and E, and you're doing good there. Okay, so you've exhausted A, B, and AC, then you keep on going to A, D, and then you've only got one to check against, which is E, so that concludes that one. Then you start with A, E, and you notice that there's nothing else that you can add onto A and E. So that cancels it out. Like, there's no valid combinations beginning with A and E because you're already at the end. So then you go up 2 levels recursion, and you're at B. You never have to go left. That's one thing about this algorithm that's kind of important. So B, and then it's going to go BC, BC and E. No, D, and then B, C, and E. Okay, and it's B, D, D. Alright, and then it goes to BE, but again, there's not enough to make 3 notes, so it can't be, I can't get to the use note count equals 3 with that. Okay, then it goes to recursion back up the loop, goes to C, and C, D, E, and then there's nothing else after that. That's it. Okay, I could keep on checking with with the recursion for CE, but then I don't have enough to get use note count. And similarly with D and E. Okay, that's the algorithm basically. So let me see, is this the right function signature to be called recursively? I think a nice way to do these recursive functions is you just have one top level function which you call without a whole bunch of garbage, and then you have the thing that's doing the actual work underneath. It's got a lot more coupling to its recursiveness. And okay, so I can have this here. Let's have this be account. Okay, and this will be this void. Let's just pass the list into it. That might be all I need. Okay. Oh, pass. Do I need available new account? Don't. I do not. That was kind of part of my first algorithm that was not worthwhile. Okay, so we'll allocate this here. And I'll be optimistic and say I think I'll at least have one, which I think is going to be true. I think I'll always at least have one. Really miss the C++ feature where you could call this a const and be somewhat guaranteed it wasn't going to write to anything, but I'll go ahead and assume a few things here. Assert is true. Get notes on count. Notes is less than use note count. Okay, now in order for this guy to be able to actually add a combination, it needs to also be passed in what notes have already been decided. So let's call these notes. Combination made so far. I think I might want a class to put these inside of. Might make sense to reuse this. No, just for now, make it private class. Class node set, public bool, notes. Or kind of like node combination. What's another name for a node combination? Chord. Chord. Oh man, boy, this is gonna be a lot. Okay. Wow. Notes on count. It's greater than 0. I can check that. That's not hard. Is there an append? Can I append? Yes. Okay. Append. Find keys, matching notes, and I pass in chord notes. What? Import link? Is that what you want? Keys append. Let's be more specific. Music key. What? Maybe it's got to be list music key. Okay. What's this? Dang it. This is just getting to be too much. Let's do list music key matching keys append matching keys. Now what? Now what? Okay, not a list. Make it i.e. enumerable. Or I could just do what they said, which should be fine. Yeah, that one. Okay. Okay. If keys count is greater than 0, turn keys. That's the top of it. Now going back to this thing to get all the combinations. Let's say get chords, notes, chord, note pass is start at 0. I'll have the logic inside of get chords look for which notes are actually on. Okay. Pass null to start. see. Sign first. On node. Starting from node pos. Okay. What's it saying? That's fine. Okay, cool. Okay. Okay, some things that aren't quite handled here yet. Like this whole thing with combination being passed around, I need to clear it at some point. Recreate it. I don't think my logic is right. Also, the top level of it feels wrong. So I think the way it should work is that instead of passing a combination chord to each thing and it gets reused, I think you create a copy of the combination at the start, then you make changes to it. Leave the passed in combination alone, because it'll contain maybe one note that's right, but you want to get every possible thing that could go with that one note, and then you go back a level, and yeah, I think that's how you do it. Let's see. It's just this is not meant to be extremely performant code, so I'll just do a serialization way. It's fine. Something else is kind of messing with me. Let's make sure I don't accidentally overwrite combination. The other thing is this the top level logic. I think I should sort of move this down to here. Okay, so we'll say The thing about writing recursive functions is that if you ever notice yourself writing two sections of logic, one for kind of like the top level and one for everything underneath, you're probably doing it wrong. Probably the logic should be consolidated. Okay, so this I'll get rid of. Say don't return, because I want to make sure I get through every possibility. On this second one, I'm going to recurse. Unless it's going to be easier to let the conditional go through here and figure out the thing I'm worried about, which is I've run out of space to make a combination. Okay, so here I'm passing in should be note I plus 1. So as soon as I find a note that's on, I add that to doing this exactly right. Let's so we go here. Okay, as soon as I find a note that's on, create a copy of the current combination. And I set the note that's on to true. Subtract the remaining note count to see where I'm at. That's not quite right either, though. Say if it's 1, this is the last note I needed, then we'll go ahead and add this particular combination to what is going to get returned. Note I cannot start at 0, it needs to start at note pos. Thank you, writer, for noting that note pos was not being used. Okay, remaining note count needs to come down to -1 when it gets called. Alright, so I'm thinking through all those combinations again. So suppose I've got A, B, C, D, E, and I want to get 3. First call through. It's going to be 0. Start out with a create a copy of the empty combination that was passed in. We'll set this one to A. Okay. Remaining note count will be 3, so it won't be time to add this yet. down here, I'm going to say look for more notes starting at position 1, not 0. We're at 0 now. Pass in this combination that has A marked out, and you've got 2 more notes defined for me. Add them to combinations when you find them. So it recurses into itself. Now node I is going to be at position 1, which is also one of the available notes. We're going to create a copy. And set the new value to AB. We've still got 2 remaining notes left. It's not time to add the combination. Let's look for the 3rd letter by one more recursive call. And we'll look at it at position 2. We'll pass in this AB combination we just created. The remaining note count will get set down to 1. Please add it to combinations if you find it, if you find a valid combination. Okay, call back here again. Note I will be at 2. Okay. It's going to say, oh, it is available. Okay, make another combination here, A, B, C. And our remaining note count is 1. Go ahead and add it. So this is the first one that gets added. Okay. It doesn't continue recursing this time, but it does loop on to note I equals 3. And in this context, it's got A and B, and 3 is going to be 0, 1, 2, 3, D. And it's going to add D. Yeah, this is the right algorithm. There might be a bug left in it, but the algorithm's correct. Okay, let's rewrite this to say what it means now. It's not just eligible, it's usable. Okay, I think it's gonna work. Okay, and all the way back here in Key Change Analyzer, let me set keys. We don't care about the old one. It had nothing in it. We'll just go ahead and overwrite it. This is editor code. I'm not worried about alloc and creating extra memory that has to be garbage collected. There's also not really any point in calling this if there's no notes on. It's okay though. It should have some defensive code in there that'll just return no keys. And I'd rather test out that code. Okay. So I implemented the no match algorithm here. I'm not going to go right onto the bad neighbors algorithm yet because I just wrote a lot of new code. I really need to test that. Let's set a breakpoint inside a find keys partially matching node. I'm going to grab a snack real quick. Be right back. Okay. Time to test out this code. I think I'm already debugging. Yeah, I am. Okay. So there was one song that... Oops. Alright. I'm not done yet. Hey, Z. Okay. So if I do list music key, it's going to complain. Now what's the thing it thinks it wants? Weird. You want an enumerable of list? That doesn't make sense. I don't get it. C# list append. I mean, I can write it myself, but maybe that's what I want. Okay, that looks better. Probably don't need this stuff anymore. Alright, let's try this debug thing again. Okay, there's my song analyzer. I think I'll use the other one, the master debater, because I know that it had one collection of notes that was discordant, at least one. That's the meta. Where's the MIDI? There it is. Here we go. One, two, 3, 4. Good. So it's some garbage chord like it should return 4. Yep. Making a note to myself that if notes on count is a higher number, the first one I should try it with is 3. So like if this returned 5 notes, then I don't want to try looking for 4 notes that make a chord, because none of them will match. Okay, so we'll look for all the possible 3-note chords using the initial 4-note combination. I don't know about this assertion. I might have it flipped. What was I thinking when I made it? Because it'll return back 4 from here. Yeah, I got it flipped. That's all. So this assertion will fire, and I'll have to start over. That's fine. It's a little more intuitive for me to write it this way. Alright, and another thing I said was Run through this again. Okay. I think I'm going to do one more thing to help my debugging, since it's really hard for me to look at that notes array again and again and again. Let me add a toString on chord. If I add this toString function, it's going to return a text representation that will show up in the debugger, and I can just hover over chord. It'll show me something a little bit nicer and quicker. So for int equals 0, less than. Okay. Okay, let me come back to this now. Okay, here it is. Empty, good. And then I'm going to pass in a new chord. Okay, so now I'm in the recursion. Okay, available notes. What do we got? DFAB. Cool. Combination, empty. Note pause, 0. Remaining note count, 3. What's that? Okay, combinations, empty. Okay. So DFAB. C is not one of the available notes. C sharp is not one of the available notes. But D, yes it is. Okay, so we'll create a copy of the passed in combination. Still empty. We'll set the D note on in this new combination or chord. Okay, it shows it as D. Our remaining note count is still 3, so we're not going to add that combination. We have to find 2 more notes to make something that has 3 altogether remaining notes. So then I'll recurse with passing the available notes, 1 past the current note position. Okay, that looks good. So I've recursed once now. The passed in combination should be D. Available notes, that's DFAB. Note pos 1. Oh, 3. Oh, that's right. Yeah, okay. Because D was at 2. Okay, so I'm at D sharp now. Main note count 2. No combinations. And I think this one will be on. This should be F. Make a copy. That combination will be D. Add F to it. Okay. I still need 1 more note. So I'm going to recurse once more. Like F sharp, G, G sharp, A, maybe 2 more. Okay, here's the A. D and F, add A. Okay, I've got my first combination to add. Now I should keep going to look for the other combination of DFB. I think this one is it. There we go. So this should be DF, add B. Cool. I'm really glad I wrote that 2 string, because otherwise I would be like going in each time to use combination, clicking here, looking at the notes, and then all of these positions, each one corresponds to a note position. It'd be hard for me to scan through them and see which one went to which one. Okay, remaining note is 1, so I get to add my second combination. That's good. Then I should be pretty close to the end. I think maybe there's 1 more. Maybe B is the last one. I can't remember. Okay, it was. So now I'm going up 1 level of recursion. And over over here, what is my combination here? D? Yes. Okay, so my note pos that, where do I expect my note pos to be? It was, it was at F. I hope it's past F now. 5, let me think about that. Notes. 5's down here. This first one is D, this one's F. Okay, I think this is right. So far I get DFA, DFB. What are the available notes? DFAB. Okay, so I got DFA, got DFB, and now I'm going to be able to do DAB if this works correctly. Cool. DA. Recursing. So we should be able to get DAB after a couple more. Okay, this should set to DA. Add the B. Add the combination. Okay, I'm back at D again, and now it's going to make an attempt to make combinations with D and B, but unlike previously, it'll run out of possible matches. So this should be D and B, right? Okay, no matches for D and B. Okay. Where am I at now? Combination. Empty. Oh, okay, I got all the way up to the top. So now it should be able to move on to F as the starting letter, and it'll be able to pick up FAB. I'm pretty confident it's going to work, so I'm just going to exit out. I'm going to step out, and I'm going to see the results that it came back with. DFA, DFB, DAB, FAB. That's it. Those are the combinations. Working as expected. Okay, and the question is, do any of these match a music key? I think one of them should. Oh, I found one match. Add it. DFB. No match for that one. That's cool. DAB. I think the A and the B close together means it's probably not going to be a match. So that's me playing those two together. I don't think there's any musical keys that'll work for that. So I think that's a 0. Yep. My keys, I just got one key. FAB, that should fail as well. Yep. Okay. That returns keys. Okay, so that is an improvement on my previous algorithm. It doesn't have to make such a wild guess anymore about what keys might resolve ambiguity for that. I think there's another case. It's probably the exact same solution that's going to come back. Alright, let me check the console log. I don't know if this happened. Yeah, clear that. Just run it again. Oh, there's an assertion. Let's see what is asserting. I don't know if this is a new thing. If anything, I've improved the amount of solving that's going to happen. Okay. So suppose that I comment that out, just let it do what it did previously. Do I still have the assertion? No. So I did regress it in some way. So I would have thought that this here was just going to fix everything. Let me Okay, say oh, I know why. Because this needs to be set a little bit later. The change I make here has to be put here. Okay, cool. Let's see. Does that get rid of the assertion? I bet it does. Yes, it does. Okay. Alright. So then, now that I've got this first improvement to the algorithm done, let's move on to the next one, the bad neighbors. It seems like I could put this up here too. How valuable is this extra refinement going to be? Yeah, I don't think it's going to be worth it. The one thing I should really get in there though is I should get in some kind of warning when I have discordant points. So let's see. I think chord might be useful enough to get its own class. Let's just go ahead and get its own source file. Alright, let's see what that does. I know there's some discordant notes. I'm guessing that doesn't build. Well, doesn't seem right. Yikes. Really? That many? Yeah, it's doing something to solve them. Okay. Do I got my warnings yet? Why am I not? Oh, these are turned off. Okay, good. All right, start over. So D, F, and B. Those aren't in the chromatic scale? Is that what's up? So it doesn't like, well, it's not that it doesn't like, it's just not in the chromatic scale. So I chose to use this chord, and I did not realize that that's just not in the chromatic scale. This is actually what I wanted to play. The next one that's closest to it would have been but instead I wanted to play man, what to do about that? Or there's D, F sharp, and B. Okay, so let's see, D. So I think it's untenable to expand all this work that I've done with the music keys to add more keys to it. But it's not untenable, it's just got a bad effort to reward ratio. So I could add to this list of chords. Could start adding more. But I could also just modify my songs just a little bit. So whether I play this in the song or this, is it that important to me? For the songs I've written so far, I don't think I've got anything that's so precious. So I can wait until I get to a point where there's a song that's got a chord in it that I'm just in love with, and I don't want to change the song. And then at that point, if I want to, I can add in some more chords to this. Let's see, what else to complain about? DFGB. DFGB is... that one is bad. Here's DFGB. That one is definitely off. DFGB... D, F, G, here's the worst one. I don't know why I'm playing that one. I probably should have caught that one. D, F, G, A. That's horrible. I'll have to debug the song. And then I've got this warning, which is a good warning to have. Alright. But I feel good about the changes that I made. Enough that I can just say I'm at 100% on the music engine. So I get to say, remove this, bam, 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 bam. And let's say remove this. And go with Photoshop here. Take this guy to 100%. Okay. Now that went from red up 1, 2, 3, 4 points. So that means I'm going to take this up to 75%. And let's see, the total math here, 75 plus 5 divided by 3, 80 divided by 3, yeah. 26.6, I'll round up. I say I'm 27% done with the game today. And this color here, I think it's gotten up a little greener, so I'm going to make it greener. Let's go up. No, not that one. This one here. Okay. It's not quite there yet. Let's go back down to this one. Cool. Oh, all right. It's 5:30. I've got this bed that's going to take me probably another 8 hours to build it completely, but I think if I start now, I can not finish the whole bed, but I can finish the base of the bed. Get the base of the bed finished. It took me 1 hour just to unpack all the parts out of the boxes for this fucking bed. and it's got the bottom part. It's got drawers that go into the base, and on top of that, there's a kind of a built-in box spring type thing, and then there's a headboard that's got shelves off to the sides. So I'm going to stop the stream now at my victory point. I'm going to go work on my fucking bed and hurry a little bit so that by the time it's time for me to actually go to bed, I'll be able to put the mattress on top of the base. So anyways, I'm going to switch from one project to another. Z, thanks for joining. If anybody else is on looking back there, thanks for joining me, and see you tomorrow. Stop the stream.